time now for Careology, presented by Carebag, and hosted this morning by Miles McGrath.
Thank you, Cliff. What a great intro.
Yeah.
I was tuning in a little early today. That swap shop's an amazing show you got there. Some people,
Yeah.
incredible. For those of you not familiar with Careology, Careology is an offshoot of Carebag. Carebag is a nonprofit organization that serves people along the Treasure Coast into West Palm. We help our friends who are living in a homeless situation that don't have access to hygiene. We provide mobile shower units. We provide sanitary products. We provide toothpaste, shampoo, and things of that nature. And we, of course, are a nonprofit. We work on donations. And we believe that everybody deserves to have access to proper hygiene. And before we get into our guest today, I just want to remind everybody we have an event coming up at the Mid-Florida Events Center on August 6th from 1 to 7. It's a back-to-school event. There's going to be haircuts for the kids. There's going to be backpacks filled with hygiene products. To register for the event, please go to the Carebag website, www.carebagfl.org/events, and you'll find that way to register. But last year they had this event, and it was a standing in line event. People were there, very successful. The kids loved it. And if you're interested, please go to the Carebag website. Again, www.carebagfl.org to register for that event. Now, part of Careology is to reach out to the community, to share these types of things, and provide a service to the community. And in thinking about who to invite on this show today, I thought of somebody a friend of mine who is a master at networking. And a lot of us want to grow our business. A lot of us want to expand and meet new people. Well, how do you do that? One way to do that is networking. And I thought, this would be great to bring somebody who really has grown their business, who's grown their network using these techniques. His name is Drew D'Alberto. Drew, welcome to the show.
Today, I appreciate you, man.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't hear him, but you are. I hear. Oh, I got some headphones here. Very nice. There we go. Drew, can you repeat that again?
We need a mulligan on that one,
Yeah,
Miles?
we do need a mulligan. Thank you so much.
I said thanks for having me. I appreciate you, Miles. It's good to see you.
You're welcome. And for those of you who don't know Drew, his background is in executive recruiting and lending. He's been doing that for a number of years. Since 2000, he's been in business development and has used networking to grow his business, but more than that, to grow the businesses of the people in his network. And what I've learned from Drew since I've known him is he always includes nonprofits in that. Anytime he's having an event, it's always there to give back to the different nonprofits that he supports. And the other thing that is one of Drew's passions is golf. And he has a podcast called the On Par Podcast, where he has a PGA expert that is on there with him, and they talk about things relating to golf, and we'll share that link to that show there. But he uses golf, his passion for golf, to help nonprofits. So I think the last event you did was the 100-hole challenge. How did that go for you, Drew?
Well, the 100-hole challenge is coming up
Is
August
it coming
4th.
up? Oh, nice.
Yeah, so the last one we did was we did the Celebrity Broadcasters Tournament to help kids in the hospital with cancer. A lot of the money went to Joe DiMaggio and Jack Nicklaus Children's Hospital to help with non-medical expenses. And we also did a podcast for the Alzheimer's Foundation, and we did one for Nick's Camp, which is a camp that helps kids go to summer camp that have cancer or other illnesses. So we try to help the community. We do a lot of networking through golf and then charity work through golf as well.
So what I wanted to talk about today, for those that don't know what networking is, and just to kind of take it down to its base level, I wanted to talk a little bit about what networking is, how people can be involved and meet people through networking? And what are some of the kind of techniques and do's and don'ts of networking you've discovered over the years? So if we could just start out, Drew, how would you even define what networking is?
No, I mean, we talked, you and I have talked several times, and Mark, our buddy, has read The Go-Giver, and Dr. Bob Berg did a great job in that book of just basically telling people, you know what, you should try and help other people without expecting anything in return, and you'll get more than you ever imagined. So, that's why I try and have my kids involved in these charity events as much as possible, even if it's just stuffing the swag bags for a golf tournament or helping put the promotional items in a bag for a trade show or something like that, where, like you said, you talked about you're a nonprofit that you're passionate about. You bring together some great people that are passionate about the same cause, and all of a sudden, other good things start coming out of it, not just helping the intended community that you're trying to help. So to me, networking is really simple. You get to know people, you figure out how you might be able to help them through either a direct client or a mutually beneficial introduction, and then they're always going to remember you, and it comes back 10, 20, 30 fold. So networking's really simple. Help other people, it comes back to you.
Was that something you just had through your life, or where did you discover this, or was there an aha moment you're like, wow, this networking stuff is powerful?
Really, when I moved back to South Florida is when I started really hardcore networking. I joined a BNI International, Business Network International chapter in Coral Springs down here in Broward County, and I actually learned a ton from that organization and wound up years later deciding, I want to start my own networking group and do it a little bit differently. So, there's a lot of training available out there. There's a lot of experts out there on, YouTube and everywhere else. But, I've been blessed that I've had really great mentors coming along the way and said, hey, look, here's something you can do a little bit better. Here's how you can tweak your presentation, or here's how you can make a more effective relationship into an introduction. So I think the best thing you can do is find somebody that is a really awesome networker and learn from them.
I think that's a great tip. So somebody, I'm guessing, invited you to your first BNI event or your first chamber event or something like that years ago.
I had just moved back to South Florida, and my boss at the time, Gene Morgia, who I think is now at Morgan Stanley, but we were at City National Bank together. He said, hey, look, man, I know you just moved back here. You're tasked with doing business development for a kind of an unknown bank entity in Broward County that they know in Dade, but they don't know in Broward. Why don't you go check out this networking group? And about 6 months later, I was the president of that group, and they had me running the meetings and kind of organizing and dealing with, challenges and et cetera, and the challenge to grow the group, because the bigger the group got, the more tight we all got with each other, and we started playing together. We went to happy hours or wine tastings or whatever, and then all of a sudden, 7-8 years later, I finally gave in to the golf bug and joined a golf networking group that was really like either a golf group with a networking addiction or a networking group with a golf addiction. We're not really sure which still, but you just build such strong relationships when you've got 4 to 6 hours uninterrupted with, the golf, and then the dinner or lunch or drinks or whatever afterwards, that you may not even talk business for the first 4 or 5 hours, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Miles, now that we know everything about each other's families and history and where we're from and what charities we're passionate about, and what do you do, by the way? And then all of a sudden there's connections to be made.
I think that's exactly how it should happen. But what I'm found in my networking relationships and relationships with other people, there's a lot of fear out there with networking. People are afraid to go to events. They're afraid to speak in front of groups. For yourself, did you have to overcome any fear going to these types of events?
So I'm kind of the exception to that. I'm a wild extrovert. I would much rather be out meeting new people and doing something than sitting in my house doing nothing. So I know there are a lot of people that are either extroverts part of the time or introverts completely. And, the some of the best networkers I know are self-proclaimed introverts that are able to turn on their networking extrovert when they need to, and it helped them grow their business. So, if you are one of those people that's really analytical and would much rather be doing operations behind the scenes, but you're a business owner, you really don't have a choice. You have to get business somehow, and networking and word of mouth advertising is one of the best ways. I mean, I'm in a profession where people have to give me their financial documents or tell me everything about their business before I can even start helping them. And the only way to do that is to be the trusted advisor to the trusted advisor. So without building relationships through networking, you're never going to be the trusted advisor to the trusted advisor. It's impossible.
I totally see the value of it, but have you've met people that have made a success that were introverted? What have they told you? They have different techniques? Have they said how they did it, or what what advice would you
More
have for
just
those?
step. No, I mean they've read books on the subject. Some of them are avid readers, and they just step outside of their comfort zone, and then they have to recharge when they're done with the networking. They like I feel energized by networking, where they feel completely energy depleted, and they have to book time into their schedule to be that introvert that they really are to recover. For lack of a better term, they have to recover from networking.
You know what? I think that's great advice. I fit into that category where I do have to recover afterwards. I am not energized by it. I do have to book that time. That is solid advice. If somebody invites you to a chamber event or a fundraising event, what would, after having the courage to say, yes, I'll go to the event, let's say it's a couple weeks prior to the event. Well, walk us through some of your pro tips prior to the event of getting ready to go to that event.
I think one of the most overlooked things is what you do after the event, not necessarily before. Without the follow up, you could meet 20 great people, five of which you have dynamic synergy with. But if you don't actually do the follow up and they don't do the follow up and build that relationship deeper than, oh, we met each other over a drink at a charity event or whatever, follow it up with a coffee or a lunch. But before the event, the things you want to do is kind of find out who's going, especially if you're not an extrovert. If you can network in a team almost, where like Miles, for example, you said you're more of an introvert. You say, hey Drew, you're going to this event, and then I know 3 or 4 or 5 people at the event that can introduce us to 3 or 4 or 5 other people, or we just kind of can walk into some conversations together. There's safety in numbers, I guess. If you're a little bit pensive and you're stepping out of your comfort zone, tag along with a teammate, or even if it's not somebody that knows people there, invite a friend and say, hey, look, I think we might get some value out of going to this event. Why don't we go together? And it's one of those buddy system things that we learn when we're little kids, where they say, like, yeah, you and Johnny can go to the basketball card shop together, but stick together the whole time. And it's almost like a safety in numbers things from childhood, I think.
I couldn't agree with you more. I also think, and maybe you would agree, when you're with a buddy, you can talk up their business with somebody you meet at the event instead of just making it all about you. You can say, hey, have you met? And that I think makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, it's almost like having a wingman when you're going to a restaurant or a bar or something like that, and you're trying to meet a lady, and you have that guy say, like How I Met Your Mother. Have you met Ted?
Now, you mentioned one of the people I really look up to is Bob Berg. He also wrote another book, Endless Referrals. Have you had the pleasure of meeting Bob over the years?
I have not. Endless Referrals is an excellent book. Go Givers Sell More is also a Bob Berg, a great, really good Bob Berg book. And then, one book that I don't think really talks that much about networking, but it has the underlying theme is Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, which more teaches you to be observant and look for problems to solve than just working for money. And that can be easily applied to networking as well. You want to look for problems to solve for someone else's business and help them grow, and then they'll always return the favor. So I think that Rich Dad Poor Dad is an excellent book that's not necessarily just about networking, but business in general.
I did have the opportunity to meet the author of that book, a fine gentleman from Hawaii, and amazing message about, the difference between what motivates you in your business versus just having degrees and having, the credits, but you've got to go out there and get the business. So it was a very powerful book. But now let's take it down the line here. So you've done some prep before going to the networking event. You've found out who's going to be there. You've asked a partner to be there. Now you're at the event. What are some of your things maybe you take for granted because they're automatic now, but when you see new networkers and you're like shaking your head, what are some things you just want to pull them aside and say, you really got to do X, Y, and Z?
Even before that, I think having a unique style or a signature look or wearing a bright pink shirt, that you have under your gray suit that makes you look different. Like for me, for example, I have this big bushy beard that's kind of become my signature that people remember. When I go to an event that I know there's going to be a lot of people at, I like to wear like a purple or a pink shirt with my suit because people remember you. If they meet 35 people that night and they don't remember any of them, they might remember the guy with the gray and pink, gray suit, pink shirt, and the big bushy beard. So when I call them for the follow-up, I say, oh yeah, I'm the guy with the shaved head and the beard. And they'll be like, oh yeah, you were wearing a gray suit. And then all of a sudden, now we're friends again. So, they might have had too many at the event the night before or the week before. If it's on like a Friday night event, they may not really remember a lot. So it's just a matter of kind of having your unique style. I know a couple guys that wear a bow tie because bow ties are not really in vogue like they used to be 40, 50 years ago, but they wear a bow tie and that's their signature. So I would say find whatever your signature is and go with it. Like for me, it's become the beard because I got this big bushy lumberjack style beard that my wife loves, and if I shave it, I won't have a wife anymore, she told me. So I steered into the skid, and now people remember like, oh yeah, you're the guy with the shaved head and the beard. So it's just a matter of finding that signature style or signature look. Like I said, I know a couple guys that wear a bow tie to every event they go to, and all of a sudden people are, oh yeah, that's the guy with the bow tie.
I think you bring up a good point about trying to stand out, because if you're at an event like that, there could be 40 people, and that is a great tip.
Or 2 or 3 or 400 people sometimes.
Yes,
I mean, we've been at charity events together that had upwards of 150 people at them. And how do you stand out? I mean, the other thing you do when you're at the event is you ask them a different question than they're used to hearing. And, I should be selling this information, I feel like, because people love it. But, I've borrowed it from mentors as well. So, I'm happy to share it. But everybody asks the same thing. Hey, what do you do? And, there might be 30 real estate agents and 45 mortgage brokers that all do almost exactly the same thing or exactly the same thing. But what about asking a question like, what do you like to do for fun? Because, you ask somebody that question, and let's say golf is the answer, or playing poker is the answer, or coaching my kid's basketball team. I do all three of those things. I can relate to them. And then all of a sudden it becomes, hey, Miles, you know what? Now that we have some common ground, now tell me what you do. Now I'm actually interested in you versus, what can I get or what can I give even. It's, okay, well, why should I want to like this person? Because nobody's giving you a referral if they don't like you.
I think, you have to build rapport, and there has to be some type of connection, because we buy from people we know, like, and trust. And if somebody's a dog lover and I'm a dog lover, we have things to talk about, about how we handle our pets or what have you. So I think that's a fantastic question. So,
and you know what? You might need a dog sitter next week, and they have one for you, and they didn't help you at all with this, but they helped you get a dog sitter when you were trying to go on vacation with your wife, and now you want to help them back in any way you can because they helped you. And good people gravitate towards other good people, and usually when you help somebody, they might not give you a referral for 6 months or 8 months or a year even, but one of their clients says, you know what, hey, Miles, I know somebody that really needs help with public speaking and presenting themselves. And, I remember you from this networking event, and you helped me out with that dog sitter that one time, and you like to play golf occasionally. And here's my client that needs your help.
Beautiful. So it's interesting from a psychological standpoint. That's called the law of reciprocity. We want to give. If somebody's given us something, we want to equalize that. And the go-givers in the world are always trying to go more than that, right? They just love doing that. There's something, the way we're wired, that it gives us that positive feeling when we are able to connect people. For me, in networking, it's always that joining two people that didn't know each other before and seeing the fruits that develop from that. I'm sure you've experienced that many times. You have a fond story, remember, where you introduced two people that led to something amazing. Do you have anything you can share along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, and I've actually done this same thing twice. Back before, when I was in BNI, I actually referred the accountant in the group to a payroll rep from ADP. That rep introduced another rep, and then they introduced them to an accountant that eventually bought their practice. And it's actually happened to me twice in the last 10 years where something like that happened, where, one introduction created a windfall and changed that person's life more than one person's life for the better. So not just financially, but spiritually and I don't know, internally, etc. I mean, it just made their life better. It helped their family because they had less stress, more money, etc., etc. So yeah, I mean, there's a few of those, and then, like I said, it always winds up coming back, even if it's not directly from that person. Just the intrinsic value of doing that good deed and helping somebody is awesome, and that's why we do charity work as well. And then, the fringe benefit and bonus of that is, let's call it good karma, or the universe or God or whatever you want to refer to it as, helps you back because you did that great thing. So I'm a huge fan of it. I think, the more you help others, the more they want to help you, and the more that the universe will bring it back to you.
Amen. We're going to take a little break right here. We'll be back in a couple minutes with Drew D'Alberto, Careology.
The Science of Caring. We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Roxy from Careology, and I am excited about August 6th is our back to school event. Free haircuts, braids for girls for back to school. It's going to be a fabulous event. This event, we are giving away hygiene packs. Our hygiene packs, we want to include 1 toothbrush, 1 pack of toothpaste, and deodorant. We're looking for donations. We've had over 200 kids last year. I know we're going to have more. Please help us reach this goal. You can call us at 772-222-7399. Thank you. Why call Two Men in a Truck of the Treasure Coast? You want to move your business without moving a single meeting? You want it handled with no fuss. Lots of stuff, no time to move it? You need the pros that care. That's why you call Two Men in a Truck of the Treasure Coast. Family owned and operated franchise. Call 772-236-0827. 772-236-0827. Movers who care. Visit Two Men in a Truck, TreasureCoast.com.
This is WPSL Port St. Lucie, the talk of the Treasure Coast.
We now return to Careology, the Science of Caring. Once again, here's your host, Miles McGrath.
Well, welcome back. I've got a special guest today, Drew D'Alberto, an amazing businessman. He helps companies find the right people to fit what they need to grow. He helps them get capital. And he also works with nonprofits and is a master networker and is just an amazing person. But one of his passions is golf. And, you mentioned golf before, Drew. How is networking in golf different than a networking event when you're on the golf course versus being in a typical traditional networking event?
Well, first I want to just state for the record that I fought golf as an old guy sport until I was about 36. So I've only been playing golf for 5 years. I am a self-proclaimed, affectionately refer to myself as a golf addict. I love it out there. And I'm not even that good. I mean, I'm probably like a 18 or 20 handicap. So, I've broken 90 twice ever. One of those days I was with you out there at Jensen Beach, actually.
Yeah.
But,
Eagle Marsh.
I was told by multiple mentors, Devin Cohen being one of them. He's out in Colorado now, but he was, at the time I met him, running a family office managing 200 properties and 150 businesses for billionaires as their COO. And he told me a couple things. One was, if you can't explain what you do to a 10-year-old and they explain it to one of their friends at school, and then they go home and tell their parents about what you do, and one of them wants to do business with you, you've completely failed. So that was when I kind of honed in on telling everybody that I know that I help growing businesses with money and people, making it so simple that anybody could explain it to somebody else. And the other thing that he told me is that if I didn't start playing golf, being in the finance industry, I was losing tons and tons and tons of business and relationships and missing out huge. So I started taking a couple of lessons. And then I joined 6 Degrees Golf Networking, which another great mentor who's become like a big brother and best friend to me, Rich Rogers, has run that organization for around 18 years now, I think. He's got multiple chapters, and he was a PGA golf professional. And he decided one time when he shot a really great round and was still down by 7 or 8 strokes that he needed to go find a profession he could actually make money in. And he's been in benefits and health insurance ever since. But, his mentors told him, hey, you're the club champion at the private golf course that you're a member of. Guess who this person really is. Guess what this person does. These people would all be great clients. Take them to play golf. And like me, he had been in BNI and helped grow one of the biggest chapters. He's about 25 years older than me, and still extremely, extremely young, especially for South Florida, and still running these networking groups. He has about 40 something events a year. He just called me this morning to invite me to this dinner that I'll probably be going to on Wednesday night. And I joined his networking group, and it just expanded my network in an exponential way. And I started helping those people, and they started helping me, and building the relationships, not just in the once a month that we played golf together, but, going to other events together, getting involved in their charities. They got involved in charities I was involved in. And then all of a sudden the synergy just started happening. We have a saying on the On Par podcast that the magic happens on the 19th hole.
Yes.
So you play 18 holes, and
Yes.
then all of a sudden, after you get to know the person, like we were talking about earlier with networking events, then it becomes like, hey, what do you do? How can I help you? All of a sudden. And I've even had people tell me, what's one introduction I can make for you this month that will make an immediate positive impact on your business and your life? And, you ask somebody that, they're always going to remember you.
I think that is a fabulous question, right out of taking Bob Berg and putting it on steroids. When you talk about networking events, we've all been invited. We've all heard of charity golf tournaments and things of that nature. To me, that is like the ultimate networking event on so many levels, because and you specifically having been the kind of champion of those different events and having to run a few of those events, a lot of complexity, a lot of moving targets there. And you invited me to the one you had, the broadcasters celebrity, what was the Doc Reno that does every year down in Lauderdale. And I was so impressed with how that was run. But what advice, especially like with Carebag and other nonprofits here in Port St. Lucie, what advice would you give to a nonprofit that's thinking about doing a golf tournament?
Yeah, I mean, you need a board of team members that, each person can do what they're good at. You need one person to handle the logistics and operations and dealing with the golf course. You need one person to recruit a whole bunch of golfers. You need somebody to run the charity auction and make sure that everything goes smoothly there and get all the items for the auction. And I mean, there's so many moving parts that you really need to have the right board members in place that are all going to do what they're good at. And then, you can also hire somebody to help you run that tournament for you as well. I've had, several nonprofits hire a couple of different companies that basically they are super event planners for golf tournaments. And if you're running your first one ever, it's definitely something worth looking into, is to have somebody handle, for a few $1,000s, it's going to be worth its weight in gold in the return that you're going to get for the charity. So I would say if you don't know what you're doing, hire somebody that does, which is great advice in anything anyway. I mean, CEOs are all the notorious CEOs like Elon Musk and Richard Branson and Jack Welch before them are notorious for saying hire somebody that's better at you than something and then trust them to do it. So, the same thing applies when you're running your first charity golf tournament. If you don't know what you're doing, hire someone that knows what the heck they're doing, because, that's what I did 2 years ago when Doc asked me to help him with the Celebrity Broadcasters first annual, which you were at the second annual on May 5th, is I called my friend Doris, who knows how to plan charity golf tournaments. And, there's another woman, Dawn Smith, down here in Sunrise that plans charity golf tournaments for and gets celebrities involved. So it just depends on, how you want to do it and who you want involved and things like that. So it's just a matter of trying to figure out what you don't know and then hiring someone who does, or having people on your board that know what the heck they're doing and have done it before.
It's also, what I learned was, I'm not the best golfer, so I was a little intimidated. I didn't want to play. But what I did was volunteer at the tournament. So for those folks locally that believe in a cause and they know a tournament's coming up, what a great way to impact and help the charity is volunteering at a tournament. Because those tournaments don't happen without the volunteers. Wouldn't you agree?
They do not run by themselves, and thank you again for volunteering. I know you had a great time with us down there, and yeah, I mean, we do the podcast live at a tournament, representing On Par and our sponsors, and it gets us exposure. It helps the charity get exposure. We help promote it beforehand. We do that all pro bono. So if you check out the On Par podcast, you'll see about six or seven tournaments this year so far that we've done, and we have a few more on the docket and a lot more when golf season starts again in September, October. So it's just a matter of trying to find the right help on all fronts. I mean, we use one of our sponsors, Winners Award Group, in Coconut Creek for all of the promotional items and the awards, and you could get a championship belt trophy, you could get a golf trophy, you could get something that looks like the Ryder Cup. It's just a matter of having the right partners in place to make it happen.
I think partners are huge. And just going back to networking, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair. I met Roxy at a networking event. Mike Milady, the local networker in the area, put on years ago, and if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be sitting here. So that's just a testimonial to the power of networking. Of a dear friend of mine, Mark Valano, says, "Hey, why don't you check out this networking meeting Drew and his father have?" And you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here without that introduction. So it's incredible the power that an introduction has to grow your business. So now you're at the event, you're at the golf event, wherever, the outing, you're picking up these business cards. You have a couple little techniques to kind of decide who you're going to follow up with. What are some of the things you do? You're really busy, you're meeting people. How do you know who to follow up with?
Well, I think I talked to you about this before at one of our networking breakfasts, and yeah, everybody's got their own little systems and ways that they do it. Me personally, if I meet somebody that I have a lot in common with, that I really want to meet with sooner than later and maybe follow up with them within the next 24 to 48 hours or the next business day, if it's a Friday morning golf event and everybody's hot and tired and wants to take a cold shower and a nap, after that I say, okay, well, that business cards goes in my back right pocket. And if I meet somebody that I don't necessarily click with, and maybe my follow-up doesn't want to be as aggressive, that goes in my back left pocket. And that way I know the 3 to 5 people that I met that I really feel like I have, a common ground and potential synergy, or they might have said to me like, hey, I want to talk to you about this, or I want to talk to you about that. I got them in my back right pocket, and then I know exactly who I'm following up with first and more, let's say, aggressively, for lack of a better answer. And then the back left pocket, I'll still send a follow-up email. Nice to meet you. And, if we can explore more and find more synergy, great. But, you can't focus on everybody. It's impossible. It's like the lens of a camera, right? So you want to really hone in and focus on the people that you think you can help, and potentially that, said something that you believe that they can help you as well. So that's my cursory system. I know people write on cards. I know people take notebooks and write on those. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. And, it's a trial and error thing like anything else. You got to find what works for you.
Got it. Now, do you have a way of tracking that, like within your sales system and your CRM system that you use, your client retention management system, or how do you keep track of all that stuff?
Yeah, I use HubSpot. I'm a big proponent of using a CRM. Sales guys and business owners who are really salespeople as well have been notorious at being not organized. So use a CRM. I like HubSpot because I'm used to it and I use it all the time. You can use Constant Contact or MailChimp to supplement and follow up and stay top of mind. But, I know people that keep a track of it on a spreadsheet, old school way, and it works really well for them. So again, I like to be accountable, hold myself accountable to using the CRM, because it helps me with the follow-up and it helps me stay top of mind with my clients, prospects, referral partners, etc.
Now, you talk about accountability. I think accountability is a huge factor. What's your philosophy on having an accountability partner?
Oh yeah, I think it's a great idea. It's kind of like a gym, like a gym buddy. And you don't feel like going to the gym that day, and they call you at 8 a.m. and say, hey, we're supposed to be there in 15 minutes. Get out of bed, put on your shorts, and let's go. And then you can do that for them on a day when they're not feeling it. So same thing with, accountability partner is a great idea, especially if you have someone you trust that will actually hold you accountable and listen to you when you hold them accountable.
One of the books that was a turning point for me, one of the coaches that I hired years ago, the guy's name is David Makar. He turned me on to Simon Sinek. I don't know if you know who that is.
Yeah, big fan.
He wrote the book Start With Why. And I noticed on your podcast, your first one, you talked about the why. Why am I doing this podcast? And for you, what, beyond growing your business, beyond helping other people out there, why do you do what you do in terms of your business? What's the Drew D'Alberto philosophy?
It's important to be the trusted advisor to the trusted advisor. When you or our CPA friend Bet or my dad or Rich or somebody says, hey, look, you know what? You really got to call Drew because he helps growing businesses with money and people, and you guys will get along well because you have this in common. And then all of a sudden it becomes I was on the phone with a gentleman right before this show today, and he was referred to me by Roy Esch, one of the financial advisors that we both know, and he's in the Dream Team group as well with us. And he said, "Well, how do you know Roy?" And I said, "Well, Roy and I got introduced by Bet. She's a CPA that refers business to both of us. We refer business to her." And we just kind of clicked and hit it off about golf and charity. And now all of a sudden this guy is like, okay, this Drew guy might be okay to help me with the next 15 loans that I need to do because my company's in acquisition mode and we need capital to buy other businesses. So I'm now the trusted advisor to his trusted advisor, which happens to be his wealth manager. So the idea is you have to be that go-to person, and then utilize your network of go-to people to add value to your practice.
So that's where the power of networking comes in. I think the other piece of that from my standpoint is because I've been in sales a long time myself, and I found that when you're getting referred in to a business is really what you want. And I think the reason is it builds that like a triangle, because the person that you get referred to has somebody to go back to other than you to talk about or strengthen that experience. What have you found getting referred in versus directly going to a client to sell your service? What would you say are the advantages of that?
Well, that's where the accountability thing comes in as well. Because let's say I tell a client, hey, you really got to go see Miles because, you need to do a much better job of presenting yourself because you got a unique business. You got a dynamic way about you, but you got to be able to present it in a better way. And then they call you and you don't call them back for 2 days. And I know you're on vacation, right? And you're in a remote area with no service. I can go back to that person and say, hey, listen, Miles is awesome. He just happens to be out of the area right now. I guarantee you he'll call you on Monday. And then when you call first thing Monday morning, both of our stock value goes up with that client. So not only am I able to hold you accountable, but I also am able to make sure that the client gets the service that they need and desire and want, because I sent them to the right person. And I know you're the right person because I know you, I like you, I trust you, I know you're going to do a good job and make me look good with my client for referring you.
You couldn't have said it any better. I totally agree. And I think from that, you're building a framework of community, right? You're strengthening your community because everybody has a little bit of accountability to each other. And I think over the last few years, we've learned how important community is, and incredible. What would you say in terms of technology? What has changed technologically that has impacted networking? What are the top 3 things that from technology that has changed?
Well, I mean, I think Zoom changed the way that people network. I mean, you can do a lot more without getting on an airplane that you couldn't do before. I think it also kind of gets people in a lazy or complacent space sometimes because networking is a contact sport. And you mess one thing up and that lifetime relationship is now kaput, and they're going to go look for somebody else that can help their clients. So Zoom is definitely a game changer. I mean, we do our networking part Zoom and part in person. And the reason for that is because, and I'll blame lawyers specifically because lawyers got used to not putting pants on for about a year and a half, 2 years, some states 3 years because of COVID shutdowns. And then all of a sudden, they don't want to go back to in-person networking. They'd rather do it from their desk at their office or their home office or their living room than, drive to a place, spend 30 minutes driving somewhere, another hour and a half there, 30 minutes driving somewhere else. And I get that. I mean, it's a convenience thing. I like to use Zoom more for, hey, I got a loan this morning in Colorado that, I don't necessarily have the time to go to Colorado just to meet with one client. We can meet on Zoom and still effectively get done what we need to get done and build that enough of a relationship. I've run into the situation where referral partners don't keep you as top of mind, and I have a hard time keeping them as top of mind if I meet them on Zoom versus over a cup of coffee or a lunch or at an event or on the golf course, especially, because that's special kind of networking.
I agree. So Zoom is definitely one technological thing. How about you mentioned putting cards in the back pocket? I see a lot of people with these virtual cards, and what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, a virtual card is good because people like it. And one thing that I learned from Rich Rogers is you want to communicate with the person, not necessarily the best way you communicate, but the best way they communicate. So me personally, I prefer a phone call, but I have clients that love email and they want to see everything in email form. Or I have clients that are great at texting, but they can't pick up the phone all the time. So you need to adjust. And I think having the digital card in addition to the paper card is really what you have to do right now, kind of like that hybrid in-person Zoom thing. And, will it ever go one way or the other? That I can't predict the future on, but having both is not. I have the digital card and the paper card, and I use both. And some people hate the digital card, and I know a dozen people right now that I can tell you are not a fan. They want that piece of paper, in their hand versus the digital card. And for me, it helps me keep track of it better, because let's say someone gives you their digital card only and you forget their name.
Right.
And you remember the person's face, you remember a lot about them, but you're like, well, was the guy's name Greg or George or Gary? And then you can't find them. What good is the digital card if you can't find them?
I think both is the answer. I also like, going back to Bob Berg again, he is a big proponent of, you meet somebody, he takes it the extra mile. He says, look, you got to send a thank you card. And that's, that, talk about separating yourself. That's an old, but nobody does that anymore. And if you want to separate yourself, that's a great way to do it. And send them a
very rarely do you get a thank you card.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. And you're right. I mean, we can take the executive search industry. When you have when you interview 3 candidates from a staffing firm that are excellent candidates, and you don't know how to tell them apart, and one of them sends you a handwritten thank you card the day that they interviewed and drops it in the mail right away, and you get it in the next day or two, that might be the thing that puts them over the top and gets them that big job.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, and it goes back to kind of find your signature look and do something that sets you apart and makes you different, because people like different, whether they know it directly or it's subliminal or subconscious. They like different. Different is good.
It's amazing. You hear a lot of people like, we're looking for candidates, we're looking for this. And I want to ask them, are they out networking? I mean, networking is not just for building your business. It's for connecting people, but it's also for, hiring someone like you to recruit. But it's also, you can find good job candidates at a networking event, because if they're there at a networking event looking for a job, I mean, they're already doing some extra work. So, I mean, it's a good place.
What about, hey, I need a great mechanic. Mine just retired. Or I need a new doctor, a new general practitioner. I need a orthopedic surgeon, or a handyman, or a plumber, or an electrician, which are kind of very difficult to come by a great one that's on time and reliable and isn't going to charge you 3 times what they should. And then all of a sudden, you're the go-to person because they know you're a great networker, and they say, hey, Drew, I really need a mechanic. And I tell them, listen, my guy Tony I've been going to for 13 years, Brothers Auto Care. I'm actually sitting in his office right now because I had some tire trouble, and I didn't want to cancel or reschedule this. So I'm sitting at Brothers Auto Care right now doing this radio show with you because, we have a 13-year relationship, and I've referred him so many people. I drive by 40 mechanics to come to him.
There you go. I mean, I was at an event. or actually my uncle needed his home painted and he lives in Miami. I didn't know anybody down there. And your networking group that I'm part of, they hooked me up with a gentleman that was phenomenal. And a guy did an amazing job. I would have never in a million years been able to find that guy. But before, we got a couple minutes left, maybe 90 seconds left. Before we end the show, for those of you out there that love golf and love networking and liked what Drew had to say today, he's got an amazing podcast. He interviews a golf pro that he's friends with. And what's your golf pro's name?
Yeah, his name's Sean Kicker. He's a PGA of America. He's got a ton of accolades. He used to be a touring professional. He's a true golf expert.
So how do they get to that podcast, Drew?
On Par Podcast, you can find it on really anywhere. Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Facebook, we're On Par Podcast. Instagram, it's On Par Media. We've got some sponsors if you want to support us. They're great companies that support us, and we support them. And, the On Par Podcast is every Thursday morning. You can follow it. If you listen on Spotify or Apple, the podcast, just check it out and follow it. And every Thursday, there's a new episode.
Beautiful. It's a wonderful podcast. If you like golf and networking, there's always something to learn there. I'm Miles McGrath. This is Careology. We care about the Treasure Coast. We care about folks that need some hygiene, and we're here to help. So thank you very much for listening, and we look forward to next week.
Hi, this is Roxy from Careology, and I just want to talk about volunteering. Volunteers don't necessarily have the time, but they have the heart. It takes courage and dedication to offer your time and skills to help out a cause that is a noble act that deserves recognition. Volunteering is a great way to make a difference in our community, and Carebag needs your help. We are looking for dedicated volunteers, so please get a pen, get a paper, and take down this number. It's 772-222-7399. Call us and let us know you're interested. We are looking for volunteers for the evening hours between 5 and 8 p.m. to go to our soup kitchens with our new mobile hygiene pantry. I look forward to hearing from every one of you. And remember, volunteers don't necessarily have the time, but they have the heart. Thank you.